This dumb bitch was muted. Oh shit, I forgot my fucking Spotify does this every time too. I have to reset it. We just living in fucking silence, huh? Properties. Spotify. That's better. Hi, welcome. For those of you who are here, glad to have you. I actually found a seed for Minecraft, so I'm done searching for somewhere to live. I'm actually gonna get shit done today. So, pretty excited about that. Yeah. Um, I might have to search a little bit for resources and stuff. I don't know, I didn't really explore much. But I have cherry trees now, so I am happy. I also made a new little model. We're covered. We're good. Is Minecraft gonna make me reset too? Probably. Oh no, cool, awesome. Okay. We renamed it Blossom Valley. I don't know if I'm sticking with that. That's where we're at right now. Look how pretty it is. I don't understand Minecraft color theory, but it's fine. Like, this is good enough. I think I'm gonna build here. So I'm gonna have to transplant some trees. I think they only fucking grow in the mountains, which is kind of annoying. Should I do my overlay? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that today. Let's do that. I also fucking, oh, why am I on display capture? I I tried to open my last stream to like double check the volume, and I fucking forgot that the music disappears when it's in VOD because that's how I have it set. I'm fucking stupid. Okay, we're starting with deforestation. Deforestation is my passion. I look. There's petals all over. It's so cute. Thank you, Minecraft. So I'm hoping to get some saplings. That would be nice. They're so pretty. Give me. I mean, let's make a pickaxe. Okay. Can I like? Okay. I probably need more sticks, just in case. Boom. Cool. Why are we floating? I don't like it. There. Yes. And then, oh, I could make an axe too. That's smart. Let me do that. Some bubbling again. Oh, it's already nighttime. Great. Let me make a bed. Come here, Mr. Sheep, please. Because this is not my spawn point, so I'm kind of fucked. I wonder if, do you guys give me a little... Come back! I'm sorry! Okay, I'm so fucked. Negative 700, negative 630. Was that, wait, was that? Yes, okay. I need more wool. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Cool. Oh, I probably need to use you. Crafting bitch. Hi! Welcome! Nice to see you. I should have picked it up. Oh, there it is. We're good, we're good. I'm gonna go around that creeper. It's fine. Please don't kill me. Shit. I'm really scared to eat raw food. We're fine? Shit! Okay, wait, we're going positive in that direction. Okay, this is a good start. But of course, it's still nighttime, so I'm gonna have to fight for my fucking life. Mm. Mm. I always feel way safer in the water if I'm being- No! They can swim! Okay, that's better. I think this is a good, directional choice. Hopefully. God damn, but it's a whole mountain right there. Hurry! Hurry! No! No, 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 no! Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, I see. I see it. What the fuck? Is that where I was? Oh, there was lava bubbling, so maybe. Oh, there's a village right there. Get away from me. God fucking damn it! Well, love that. That's wrong. Good. I really did all of that work to find the cherry blossoms just to get fucked over immediately. Love that for me. I was like, I'll find them before I start stream, and then we're good to go. We can get shit done. Dies. These guys are my nemesis. I've decided I hate them. Okay, I lied. Maybe the creeper is my nemesis, because that's who keeps fucking killing me. It's okay, the sun is shining. We're good. Okay. Okay. That's where we were last time. We're good. Okay, let's stop at a village. Let's do that. We have a nice little waterfall. Wow. Oh, ooh. I'm gonna take some of your bread. Sorry, buddies. I'll be polite. I'll close the door at least. Oh. Nice. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm close at least. Maybe. I don't know. This is totally not the way I originally found it, so I'm kind of nervous that it's going to be a completely different Blossom Grove. The coordinates are kind of matching though. Maybe it's fine. Bro, I fucking hate climbing. Yeah. Awesome, awesome, great, good. I'm totally gonna forget where that village is. Minecraft. Hi, welcome to Minecraft. How are you? Nice to see you. Okay. That was over here somewhere? Maybe? Um, God, I wish I had a map. Okay, so that's probably the side of the grove I was on, maybe. I am glad you are okay. I hope your night continues to get even better. That'd be a pretty place to put a house. I really don't want to live in the mountains, so that seems very inconvenient. Mostly just because I fucking hate climbing, but, you know. But they just pop out? Oh my god. Or like down here? Oh, eat some bread, babe. Okay, so now we'll make some weaponry, because I don't think I'm going to be able to find my crafting table. Which is fine, I guess. Da, 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 da. pickaxe. Sword and a pickaxe. Excellent. Need to kill some sheep. You're kidding! I found it. Wow. Okay, so we're good. We are on this side of the grove. Perfect. Awesome. I think, do the trees just grow back from the top? Is that what's happening here? I don't remember how much of this I cut down. Sounds remind me of Stardew Valley. It's very, it's nice. I like it. I was hoping the leaves would give me saplings. Oh, I have some! Okay, maybe they are. Cool. Okay, good, good. Of course, I broke my fucking axe already. Why wouldn't I? Okay, nice. More stuff. Even if they give you sticks, cool. Well, he can live there for now, because I already have another one in my pocket. Where'd all the sheep go? Some down here. We're good. I'm gonna kill a sheep. And I'm gonna mine a little bit. Thank you, kind sir. I needed your wool. Appreciate it. Ooh, black bed. Okay. Pop off. So I don't think I want stone. I don't know, like, so I'm gonna plant a bunch of trees. I don't think I want my house on stone, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Or at least some of it. And then with that, I can make better tools. No, there's two different kinds of stone over here. Okay. They look the same. But when the blocks pop, they're different. What? How the fuck am I supposed to tell? Make a bed, bitch. Thank you. Excellent. Spawn point set. Take. Yeah, don't know what to do with the junk tools. Mark. Oh. Are you good? Are you? Please just fucking die, bro. Thank you. Okay. Why am I using a chicken? I was like, why is my pickaxe pink? Is that because I made it out of cherry wood? I have interest if there's anything down here. There isn't. Or maybe. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna bury that off, I think. Do we have one block of dirt? Ooh. It's like a pool down here. That might be cool. To leave that. Maybe like a cool little hot springs kind of vibe. It also pisses me off that you pick it up and then it looks different. Like, now they don't match. Like, why? Very annoying to me. Okay, I should make the entrance out here. Give me more room. But I like the idea. Or if I put it over there, maybe? Stupid fucking texture, bro. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Okay. That will have to be closed up, but that's fine. already like built for me, mostly. Thought I was gonna start with my house. How could I get so distracted? I cannot forgive the texture. That's a lot of copper in here, huh? Okay, Jesus. Oh my gosh. The fuck? Bro, what are you doing? Rude ass. The cherry stuff is gonna be so cute. Smoker. Oh, that's not the torch. That is. Make a couple torches. Oh, hang on. I like having my, like, tools in the front. Okay, these can be... I wonder if maybe that would look okay. Better, but still not right. Of course I broke that. Oh my gosh. Put your furnace down. You can make food. Like... Oh my god. Yes. Hell yes. Okay. You do that. There. Oh yeah, that's where we started. Duh. Do get the dirt on them. I'm not playing around. We are sleeping through the nights. Oh, I've already been here too, dumbass. Oops. I can't. Want them to come down from the mountain. Flatten that. Steal those blocks. Hmm. Oh, okay. This mountainside is riddled with holes. Ah. Wait, maybe I should take more of this. This is kind of a good spot to steal it from. Yes. Will grass grow on this again? Or is it gonna be ugly? Ooh. It's gonna just go back outside. Um, this one too. Okay. That's fine. I have many possibilities to be mining in. I grab these, I'm gonna cook. Oh, it's almost done. I might as well let it finish, I guess. Oh, that was okay. No, fuck. Whatever. Food. I wanted to cook. Yes. There. Okay, so I'm gonna do its work over here. Center it a little more, and then I think I am actually gonna. Oh. Should the entrance be like here? Maybe. And then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay. Merp, merp. Oopsie doopsies. We run out of space and hit the fucking ocean. survival mode refuses to survive. Hell yeah. Very stocked. Oh. I need money. I lied because now I want it to be covered, so a little bit farther. Wait, that was stupid. It's gonna be grass there. Maybe one more block. I'll take it. Oh, that's not dirt. I'm fucking dumb. I'm gonna need to be able to step out. Just keep the stairs vibe going. Okay. Two squares deep. That's probably fine. I don't know if it should only be one square. I might regret this decision. Just fine. Got the backup. I'm doing two projects at once, and neither of them are my house. Hi, Jams! Yes! I have the seed! I'm, kind of terraforming where I want to put my house right now. How are you feeling? It's nice to see you again. Oh, the grass did grow back. Cool. Okay. Awesome. They're so fucking pretty. I'm planting more to like come out from the mountains around my little house. So I've got some little tiny babies. Did I plant two next to each other? I don't. Why would I put one right next to a big ass tree? What did I do that for? Dorked. Ooh, I also would rather play Baldur's Gate 3 than do that, but I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm gonna steal dirt from this. That sounds good. I don't want my house on that giant slab of rock, so I'm fucking flattening it and transplanting dirt because I want trees. The seed was definitely the way to go though. Fuck looking for somewhere to live for real. Picking a spot is hard. How much dirt do I got? Only 42. RIP. Can I get a fucking map in this game? Is that a thing? So I'm mad about it. Also, I'm gonna be so for real, I have not been doing the reading for the class I'm in right now. Because I hate it, and it's stupid, and it's really easy to do the homework without doing the reading, so I was like, you know what? I'm not doing that. That's not happening. It's like, get out, bro. My furnace lighting the way for me. I think it's weird that stacks stop at 64. Like, that's a weird number. Oops. Launch. Oops. One of my cats is yelling. Even though I have no idea what the fuck this does. Let me look. No idea. Okay, that's fine. welcome in. How are you doing? Whoops. Oh man, I wasted all that shit. Thank you. It's just a little guy, you know? How have you been? Just been clowning around? Ah, fuck. What's this? What is it? Oh, it's iron! That looks like a mushroom. Ew, that sounded crunchy. Get that out of here. Burp, burp. Oh yeah, I need to replace this shit too. I want it to look nice. I want everything to match. How far out is it gonna go though? Maybe I'm making it a little bit wider. No, I think 2 blocks out is probably good. Maybe I should do 3 blocks out. Let's do 3 blocks out. Part of a computer does a spider use? The webcam. As he should. They're probably also a big fan of the World Wide Web, I would think. Hey. I don't know why I'm starting with the dumbest fucking project ever instead of just doing my house, but it's fine. My pickaxe is about to break again. What is it? Flint and steel? Interesting. Arrows. I can't make a bow. Wait, how much? Hmm. Should I make a chest camo? Oh, here, yes. Excellent. Hmm. Just gonna hang out in there for now. that's granite. Great. Never mind. Okay. That's probably what I'm gonna have to build the house out of, I assume. Oh, it's so fucking pretty, dude. Oh my god. Yeah. What'd that give me? More wheat seeds? Noted. Oh, nice. So cute, so cute. It could be flooring. Does that take up one block? We're gonna need to get some of that. I need a pink bed. It's imperative. Pressure. I do. I crave the mines. And by the mines, I mean grass and deforestation. We're still camping right now. But look at this shit. We got a spot now. This is also laughable because I've like never played Minecraft before, so here I am playing it again. Like, what happened? Oh, why is he on a chicken? Hello? Fuck you. This creeper could actually help me out. Can you fucking die, dude? Thank you. Come here, blow some of this shit up. Nice. Sweet. I need to eat something. Get the— what? There's so many! I'm about to fucking die, bro. Okay, now I can heal. Are they fighting each other? Come here, bitch. Die. Fuck you. Thank you. Oh my god. That was a close call, boys. Can I pick their arrows up? No? They're just gonna hang out. That's fine, I guess. I'm busy. Leave me alone. Thank you. I mean, I guess... yeah, I don't even need to do that. We can just leave the grass. I was scared it would start floating because I had to. I couldn't kill the zombie on the chicken without killing the chicken. Um, Skelly on Skelly hate crimes. I killed the wrong one first. Why'd I leave myself with two? I should have let them fight amongst themselves. Earlier I put down my fucking crafting thing and it was floating, so I thought I would just float over some fucking grass. Should cover the whole hill of trees. That is my plan. I am gonna, like, bring them all the way down and out. They seem like they only really grow in the mountains, which is annoying. I don't want to live in the fucking mountains. But that is the plan. I just need to get more saplings, and I've been doing like 400 things at once. So I'm working on removing all of this fucking stone and replanting grass so that I can have more trees around my house. Planting trees, and then I'm making like a hot springs over there. I'm gonna make a huge fucking house because I'm greedy and I'm bougie. Can I go to bed? Are they too close? No? Cool. Bitch! What's with these stupid babies? Me! Get away from me! Please just die! My wish has been granted. Excellent. Okay, this tree? Fuck this tree. This tree needs to get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna be a tree racist. If I leave it, will the fucking leaves just go away? Fuck yes! Okay, cool. I think they're already dispersing. Oh my god, my house is gonna be so fucking cute, bro. And this tree? Fuck this tree. There will be no green trees in my perfect wonderland. Zombies adopted the tradition of if you kill a player, you will become an adult zombie. That makes sense. Fuck! Oh my god. There. Okay. I'm in like a pretty nice spot too. Like there's a bunch of different biomes nearby. And on the other side of the cherry grove, there is a village. So that's kind of nice. Give me more saplings, please. I need them. That's cow fucking scared me. What? Really? Oh yeah, I need these for dye. I want to make a pink bed. I forgot. Oh, there's a guy over there. Let's ignore him. It'll be fine. I think that's how that guy works, right? They are. They're the only trees we need. Fucking goddamn it. Give me more saplings, bro. I'm deforestationing so that I can reforest, okay? Please. I should probably cover that, huh? Wait, that was a good, like, dirt mining area. Oh well. We'll get dirt somewhere else. It'll be fine. There goes my axe. Because of... Yes. Okay. No, fuck you. Arr. Fuck yeah, okay. I need more saplings, but we'll get there. I'm gonna make it 3 blocks high. That sounds good. Oh, I should make stairs. I should give it a little porch. It is! I am obsessed. The pink is so fucking cute. I'm really glad that they made the wood pink for the cherry trees. Gonna have the cutest fucking house ever. Okay, I can make a dye now, please. Yes, I make the dye. How many rolls do I have? Only 2. Okay, I need more. Oh, wait. Yeah, I need more wool. I'm gonna make a house, but I'm making it huge because I'm dumb and greedy. Oh, I should make a basement. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Gonna have an upstairs. It's gonna have a basement. It's gonna have a bunch of rooms and no furniture because I don't think they fucking put furniture in Minecraft. I might look for a mod to do that because I want to furnish my home. I should make another fucking axe. Oh, I was looking for sheep. That's what I was doing. You can build your own furniture, but like, doesn't it work with you using it, but it looks better? Do they actually have, like, a nice amount of furniture? I don't know anything about Minecraft. I'm being so for real. Like, obviously there's beds and there's chests. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they offer. I'm gonna kill some more for food. I'll line up here. Will the animals just respawn? Ooh, it's raining. I don't think I've killed the cow yet. Sorry, buddy. You're very cute. I'm so sorry. Ooh, clothes. Okay, it is raining hard, bro. Oh yeah, make a bed. Make a pink bed. I keep getting distracted. Speaking of giant houses, though, at some point I need to, get on Pal World again because my base is looking fantastic, if I do say so myself. Pink wool. Do I need pink wool to make a pink bed, I assume? No, I just need a bed and... Oh, cool! I was wondering what I was gonna do with the bed. Nice. Take that, please. For now, you're gonna sit here. Well, if I'm making a basement, though, maybe not. I'm sleeping in the rain. It's still fucking raining. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Oh, cool. Nice. I just had to complain about it. Okay, I need another axe. Probably need more sticks, I assume. Oh, I need cobblestone too, because I'm using all of the cobblestone to make regular stone. Okay. I need this. And I need this. Why'd I make two? That's fine, I guess. I will use it. And get it set up for a basement. And that'll be so good because I need more dirt. The grass was growing so fast. I need a chest full of axes for the terrain shaping I'm gonna be doing. You're not wrong, honestly. I'm gonna go through so many fucking tools. Can't I make, like, iron axes and shit? Oh, maybe I know what's wrong. I need to forge the iron first. Okay. That's why I have no recipes. Bam! Oh my god, god, I forgot there's shovels. I should be using a shovel on this, huh? Wait, I have a bunch of cobblestone. Am I out of sticks? Yes. And this one. Nice. Exactly. That's exactly what the shovel. Oh my god, it's so good. Fuck yeah. Everything's better when you use the right utensils. I feel like this is gonna be the most grueling part of making my house. Okay, I'm probably out of things too. Oh, I'm not. Cool. Good, good, good. Nothing like a hard day's work. Digging. I'm a construction worker. Okay, iron. Nice. Now I can make things that are better. Can I not make an iron shovel? That sucks. Oh, here. Cool. Basement and 12 floors. Fuck yeah. There's gonna be at least 2 floors. That's the plan. I don't know, there's just something about an upstairs of a house that's so nice for me. Every time I play a fucking game where I make one. 3 sub-basements and 3 I could, and then the very bottom floor I could put like a portal to the nether. That's fair. I don't know, my pockets full? Oh my god, they are. I kind of like the look of an upstairs. I don't know why. Never lived in a house with one. Okay, for now, we're gonna put the dirt away. I don't need the fucking oak. I don't need the fucking gravel. Oh my god. Can you build a trash can? Oh, I should actually... Let me do the copper. Might as well, right? A shield. Pink stained glass! Pink candles! Are those curtains? Oh, it's a banner. Lanterns. God. This is gonna be so cute. Holy shit. Dirt pickup crew. Thank you. Oh, the Nike soundtrack, how I was like, it's all over my Spotify. This specific playlist is only background music, and it has almost every song from this soundtrack on it. It's good. They did good fucking music. Yes! It's good! Okay, so that's my wall. Excellent. I even like went back and like listened to all the music from events I've never played and put them in my playlist. Oh, this one slaps. Not Nikkei, but this shit slaps. Now I gotta put a different one in the fucking queue. Hold up. Maybe I should mark the floor before I forget where it is. Good. I feel like my house might be too pink. I don't know. The current event music's also so good. I don't know. Their music's just chef's kiss. It's 10 out of 10. Like maybe I should have different flooring. I should get the white wood. Oh, that would be pretty. I'm gonna have to find that shit, but it'd be pretty. Darks be better. I think so. It's like this is the version of the brick, I think. Because you either have the raw wood or oh my god, I could do a pink carpet. Or it turns into that. And then yeah, everything's oh, that's nice, actually. Yeah, wow. What is this? Leather horse armor? Like to actually put on a horse? Fuck is a hopper? Merp. I think it's funny that like it's a shovel, but I'm just like, meh, meh. Okay, I want 3 blocks, 4 blocks down. So here. It's like I'm a worm. Hi, Smokey. Fuck. What are you doing? horses are like in Breath of the Wild. Noted. Oh, I should probably make a good sword, huh? Wait, I don't have a lot of iron. Maybe I should keep the stone shovel. Need more sticks. Oh, I don't have any stone either. Take. Oh, it's right there. I'm stupid. I do have some. But I do need sticks. What this? Concrete powder? What's it look like in pink? Ooh, wait, white. Oh! We cannot make my floor out of iron. Oh my god, that's so pretty though. Or I could do white concrete, but that gives me like unfinished basement vibes. So I don't want to do that. I think I like Acacia wood. I might go look for some of that maybe. I think that sounds like an okay plan. The lanterns are so pretty. What do I need? Iron? Bunch of iron. Great. I'm gonna need to mine for my life for real. Maybe I should go exploring so I can finish my flooring. I'm gonna put a bunch of my shit in here. I can do this really quick. That would be smart. Built in. Get rid of some of that. Oops. Oops. Oh well. I have a lot. I also want to have a waterfall coming down from the mountain at some point. I have a lot of big plans, which is so hilarious because I never have wanted to play Minecraft in my life, and now I'm like, I'm gonna fuck it up. Oops. That reminds me, I don't think I've seen horses yet. Not here, at least. Horse might be good. Might make me faster, maybe? If I could ride the horse. Oops. Such a good game to build stuff in. Honestly, yeah. So I don't know why I've never really cared to play it because, like, I'm obsessed with base building in other games. In Palworld and in Grounded both. Like, that was my main fucking focus, was building a house and a cool base. Like, so I don't know why I never really wanted to play Minecraft. I think I would get, like, I've tried to play a couple times. Never really have. I think I would get too overwhelmed with, like, okay, what should I be doing? And then do fucking nothing. As though I had... What the fuck is it called? Too blocky for me? I don't know about that. Look how pretty the blocky is in those trees. Wow. Choice paralysis. It's like I would get choice paralysis. There's too much I could be doing. What should I be doing? I don't know. And I think that this update with the trees, because these are new, I think, right? This ain't Roblox. Ew. Google's when they came out with the trees. When did Minecraft? Like, I think just like having a nice, pretty place to put my house helps me with wanting to do something. Oh, it's been out for a while, probably, huh? Anyways, I don't know, like, gives me a nice place to build. Gives me nice materials that I like, and it's pretty. Can I like delete shit? I don't want to throw it on the ground and have to look at it. Maybe I should take it with me on my adventure. And just fucking drop it somewhere. Wish you had a book like now. Told to punch a block and put blocks in the crafting zone to find out what you make. So, like, it didn't have, like, this thing? Oh my gosh, you can search. That's so helpful. I've been getting frustrated. Okay, I'm gonna drop these somewhere for sure. You can take that. Thank you. I should probably cook a little bit, maybe. Oh, my copper. New recipes. Awesome. Oh, I can't put the copper in there. Give me this. Okay, give me this. Maybe it will be of use. And then that. Cool, awesome. Ooh! Bruh. No crafting help! You just have to guess. I would lose my mind. Oh my gosh. This proves it. Old Minecraft just wasn't made for me. That's all. Oh shit. Put that back. Mer. I have 4 lamb chops. Maybe I'll be okay. I have a sword. It also makes me really, really mad that there's no map. Let's go to the top and see. I should probably make an extra bed. Maybe. A travel bed. You can craft a map. I wonder if I have the recipe. Guess I'll die. Oh, I need a bucket real bad, actually. I have plans for water. Made with paper, which comes from sugarcane. Bet! I will look for sugarcane. No, come back. Let me take the wool and do a little... So I don't have to be fighting for my fucking life. Here, just fucking... Thank you. Bed. Bed. White wool, please. No, fuck me. Okay, cool. How much do I need for bed? 3 and 3. I have 3 and 3. Like, there. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Sleep. The weeds that grow by the water, that looks like bamboo, but not. That's also what I fucking thought it was. It's fucking bamboo. Oh, I'm hungry. That's why I'm so slow. Take some more food with me too then. Yep, okay. You can cook that, please. Wait, I live by the water. I'm sure I could go find some. Maybe I should do that before I head out. So I actually have a fucking map. Oh, I've never collected sand either. New recipes. Oh. Is that sandstone? Cool. Wonder if I would like that. Maybe. I don't think I'm gonna find any sugar cane, RIP. That's okay. I think those are the orange trees. I don't remember which trees are in the village on the other side of the mountains. Heat sand in fur, you get glass. Oh, in like a furnace. And then I can make my pink stained glass. Why aren't my trees growing, dude? Please, I need you. Okay, I think that might be a KBO. I think so. No, that's the orange shit. Okay. Noted. Orange shit is cute, but I do not think it would match the aesthetic. These are. These are probably cedar. I forgot. Our Acacia trees are actually white. There's some over there. And the village is right there. There's only two. Okay, shit. I think there's more back there, though. Okay, that's fine. Oh, fuck. I would like a new recipe, please. Give. Nice. Oh, sugarcane! And I didn't have to climb all the way up there to get to the village houses. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna set my spawn point here for now. this house. Nice. Woo! So lucky, so lucky. Excellent. Okay, drop this shit. What do I... W? Drop all of it, bitch. Oh my god, there's so many... I've really lucked out with this village, huh? I don't think I've killed a chicken yet, either. Oh wait, no I did, when that zombie was riding on one. But that's my first egg. I feel like I'm gonna set this in the house and I'm gonna be like, never mind, I hate it. It'd be cool to have floor that looks marbled. I don't know if I can do that. I'm gonna need a lot. Oh. Let's just kill the whole forest. Gotta fill our pockets. They're like, please, my trees. Able to make that paper, I suppose. It should. Oh, this is birch? The fuck is Acadia? Is Acadia that orange shit? It is. I'm stupid. I wanted birch. I'm dumb. Dumb as hell. Nice. I am no botanist. Honestly, I probably have plenty now. Oh, fuck. Okay. I need to get back to the village. I'm probably not gonna be able to find because I'm dumb. I still have a shovel. I'm stupid. Okay. I guess I could drop the bed. That's smart. Sweet. You're kidding. That was actually terrifying. I was like, I'm gonna die because I don't have a spawn point set. Great. Good. Back to the village. Please leave me alone, Mr. Spider. Just in case, because I'm paranoid, we're gonna do that. Oh, I don't think I've had hay either. Hay, nice. What did I come from up there? I don't remember. Okay. A lot of climbing ahead. Rest in peace. I should just make a fucking boat. This would take me up there. It really might. Well, it could if it could. Oh hey, I think this is where I climbed up originally. Yeah, it totally is. Cool. Awesome. We're covered. Okay. This. Oh, fuck. Whatever. I can just break it every time if I need to. If I come through here again. Horses. Where's my house? Over here? No, definitely not. Oh, fuck. Fuck off! Came even farther that way. Maybe that's I didn't notice there were snowy mountains over there. Should did this way then? Probably. Okay, so you're telling me I can just hop on one of these bad boys? Heal, bro. He's kind of cool looking. Hmm. Yes, I'm over here. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, that may look kind of nice. I think I want to do stairs, so maybe that should be my floor. No, 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 no. That dumbass. Yeah, that looks kind of nice. Okay. Now, that means 1, 2, 3. So that's my floor. Damn. Perfect. I didn't need to do that one. Oops. This is great because now I'm hitting stone right where I'm stopping, and then I don't even have to deal with it. That's so nice. Good spot. Really good spot. It's just coal. It's fine. I don't need it. Oops. Well, I mean, whatever, I guess. I might be completely wrong because I am running through this really fast. I might need more than I thought I did, and I think I'm not gonna waste here, where I can put cherry. That is obviously much more attainable. The fuck? Oh, you're kidding. They're evil villagers. God damn it, I didn't set my spawn point, bro. Had that motherfucking thing on me. That is okay. I appreciate you either way. I'm glad you were having fun playing D&D. Hell yeah. Okay, but I'm fucked now though, because like, they're not gonna go away. And I'm just gonna keep dying. So that's cool. Love that. Why does he have that on his head? I have my sword. Nice. Fuck off! Oh my god. Maybe if I sit here, they'll go away. Maybe they won't notice me. They know I'm here. I think I could beat his head in with some oak planks. Oh my god, they started to leave. I should have stayed in there. Oh my god, are they gonna go away? I wonder if they're far enough away from to sleep. Oh, they are! Hell yeah! Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm running through this shit real fast. Get this shit out. I don't need it right now. Cake. Well, I guess I can cook that, I guess. And I need to get something with the sugar cane to turn it into paper. That would be really nice. Thank you. Now can I make a fucking map? Crossbow. Brush. Book. Oh, cartography. Guess I'll die. Okay. Boop. Oh man. Not an iron shovel. I need a stone shovel, please. So stupid. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have more stone in here. And I have a couple sticks. So that works. Thank you. house is gonna be so fucking cute. I don't even need to take that out. I'm stupid. You can't see it, bitch. Just put dirt there. Wasting supplies. And there, no one will ever know. Except for you guys. It'll be our little secret. Does this like set pause? Is that a thing? Does Minecraft pause on single player? So that's you're telling about my oh no, I'll be ruined. Everyone will know that I'm bad at construction and I cut corners and that my building's gonna fall apart. Cancelled! That's fair, honestly. I'm committing a grave atrocity. It'll be fine. My building will be so stable. Look, I'm gonna use stone this time instead of dirt. It'll be fine. Oops. I should probably make a plan for how wide it's gonna be. Here? Yeah, that's 17 blocks. Like that's probably plenty, I would say. Oh fuck, wait. I'm a buffoon. I do need to bring this out again. No stone, only dirt. I need more sticks. Cool. And then shovels. Let's make 2 for good measure. So it is this next one. Oh no, yeah, that is gonna be stone. We'll be good. Good. Structurally sound. I made another pickaxe while I was up there. I don't have stuff for sticks, do I? Well, I can use my birch wood. Not a shovel. Hold up. Not what I meant to do. Okay, I will be right back. Now just sit there. I got tunes for you. Everything's good. Everything will be great. I'll be right back. Maybe it did pause. That's kind of cool. Let's hope it did. Me, that's kind of cool. Like, that's not something most games have. Okay, we return. I'm gonna have to cut down more trees. But that's okay. Oh, I'm done. It's right there. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Iron. Lanterns. Not stinky torches. I'm gonna need more wood. There's an axe. No, of course not. That's fine. It's always a little birch wood. Oh, hang on. We might as well do stone. Fuck me, really? Okay, whatever. Wooden axe it is. Hello? I guess the trees provide you enough shade to not die. Yeah, step out into the sun. Go for it. I don't want to die. Do I have any food? No. Oops. Oh, but I need more stuff that I have not encountered yet. It did. many saplings? 3. Oh my fucking god. Now I need to go get another axe. R.I.P. Did I leave a craft table up here somewhere? Five, but that's better, I guess. I had it. I thought it was like over here somewhere. Yes, we'll give it one. So we need to make these, please. Seriously? Whatever. See, like, what is that? Is it floating on the flowers, maybe? But they don't drop saplings very often. Are you kidding me? Oh, fuck. What do we have here? I'm just gonna... Yep. That's good. We made all of them? Okay, I guess. That's fine. Take that. Should probably do this. There. Good. I really said, I think this will be a math. My math was not mathing. I did not calculate the square footage of my fucking house. Oh, why did I do that? Shovel. That unlocked. R.I.P. Figure out where I want to put the stairs too. Do the stairs look like? Four whole things? Cute. Bet. I also just realized these. So that's good. Put some extra. Hello? Can I help you? Mushroom. Okay, get out of my fucking house, bro. This is a construction zone. You are not permitted here. You're gonna get fucking stuck in this, aren't you? Day in the life of a worm. Fuck! These tools are booty cheeks. Maybe I should go mining. Oops. Get out, bro. Dumb bitch. Here. Get out. Can you get the fuck out? Here. Leave. Thank you. God damn it. Get my way, bro. Regularly scheduled snack ASMR. Did they leave? Thank God. Get out. No, bro, stop it. This is literally going to kill you. Please leave me alone. Are we for real? Get out. This guy's a dick. I am not going to share with you, Smoky. He can't even taste sweets. What are you doing? She's burrowing her nose into my hand so that she can smell what I'm holding. Doing? I'm not gonna share. I'm sorry. You can't have it. I gave up on the shovel, honestly. This works just as well, right? Big project I've started. I thought it would be so much faster. This fucking guy. Oh? Oops. Oh my gosh. Is that how you deal with nighttime? You turn invisible? Please be gone when I wake up. Fuck you. I was hoping he was getting attacked by zombies. He wasn't. R.I.P. I wish that's the place that I found, that I could survive real life. If I give you steps, will you leave? Thank you. Please be gone. He's gonna move in and live on one of the newly built rooms. I didn't. He's probably not even gonna pay rent. I don't want him. I saw that. He doesn't have anything I want. He has trees and shit. So, like, even that, he's not bringing me anything to the table, you know? What if I just killed him? Could I do that? See, he's got spruce and dark oak. The mushrooms is kind of cool, but like I could find those anywhere, you know? And like, what am I gonna do with mushrooms? Get out. Plot twist, I keep him in my basement. Captive. Go away, bro. You're nosy. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Yeah, that's probably a good size. R.I.P. I need more resources. Ooh, my trees are growing. Excellent. Is this raw? Oh, it's cooked. Good. Cool. These saplings. You use shears? Bro! Okay, I'm gonna have to get some fucking shears. So cute. Okay. Oh, my pockets are full. Oh, fuck. It. Okay, we're gonna have a stack of dirt. Okay. At least working that you look at the day. No! I do need to go mining for real. It is Sunday. Oh, I see. That guy's never gonna leave. Hold up. These are wrong. I want them up one block. Yeah, there you go, bitch. Oops. Oh no, that's fine. That works. Okay, so I want the wall here. Hey. Okay, and then meh. Yes. llamas are stinky. Oops. Oops. Me, every time I put a block in the wrong spot. Oops. He really just wants me to try to Monte Cristo his ass, huh? Make him live in my walls. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on another resource hunt. Oops. Oh, that's way easier. Started out doing this. Okay. I should probably put some lanterns in there. Just in case. Is there a skeleton out here? I really need you to get out of my house, sir. Yeah, shit. Are you gonna make me kill you, dude? Can I kill them? Is that a thing? Get out! Yes, get the fuck out. Go. You're not welcome here. You don't want fun guys showing entomb him. So if I kill him, do some dudes show up? And oh, he is a fun guy, and I don't want him showing up. It would be fine if he was outside of my fucking house. He's in my way. I am doing construction and he's never going to leave. He's gonna make me entomb him because I'm gonna shut off my fucking house. Oh, with the torches. Yeah, no, I really don't want those fun guys showing up either. No, no, no. No, no. It'd be kind of funny if I made the basement like a grind room and just left the torches. You don't know what happens if I kill him? That's fair. Maybe we might find out. We'll see. That's what I'm thinking, honestly. Just wall him up in the basement. But his llamas are annoying. They keep making spitting noises and I don't like it. Oh my god! I was gonna block him off, but then he said, I think I'll go back down there. Yeah, leave, please. Bro, I'm gonna lose my mind. What is so fun about my house? See, I hate them. I don't like them. Oh, they're spitting at me for real! Fuck you! Thank you! Oh my god! Finally! Silence! Yes. I can forgive the villagers going, but those llamas, bro. No thank you. Not in my house. I think that's, yeah, okay. So I need that dark block. Oh no, I'm still going. stairs. Oh shit. Oh well. That corner can hang out as is. Thank you. I'm out of. Oh, good. Oops. What do I need those for? Can't wait till I figure out potions. Ooh. Wonder if I could make a thing to make potions. Like if I have the recipe. I don't think I saw it. Okay, so for now, let us move my things. You can be a witch by beating a witch and stealing her hut. Ooh, that's something I would definitely do. Oh, hey, look, I got leads off those fucking alpacas. What was I looking for? Oh, my bed. Right. Lace. Lace. I'm not done building, thank you. Do I have anything in the furnace? Oh. We're just gonna act like I didn't see that. Carry on with my day. Nice buy at a bulldozer. Making a basement was a mistake. I do kind of need dirt though, so I guess it's fine. look at me. You see nothing. Thank you. I have a lot of this left. Oops. Oh, hell no. Nope. Not dealing with a creeper. That's gonna blow my whole fucking house up. I'm going to bed. Why is he still here? Maybe I can make him help me with this area. Thank you. And that didn't do much. Okay, door. I make a door. Get out of my fucking house. Are you for real? You came into my house to shield yourself from instant death of the sun? Fuck you. Unwelcome guest. Okay, yes, so cute, so cute. How big is this? Oops. $35. So does it need to go into a wall? Door? Thank you. Oh, it's too high. Okay. I put the stairs away, I think. Trade these. Nice. Very cute. Oops. Okay, now we have a nice little house going. We are getting there. Okay. I didn't consider I would be getting taller. Stairs away for now. And there. I didn't consider how I would get back up. Love that for me. Oh my god, no. What if I did get orange wood? It would be lesbian core. It wouldn't be pastel though. I don't know if they'd look good together. Why is the egg in the furnace? Can I not make eggs? Can I not eat eggs? I was making a snack for later. Oh yeah, no, I can't cook them. God damn it. Good to know, I suppose. Oh wait, if you throw them, doesn't that crack them into chickens? Eh. No, okay, that's fine. Okay, I think I want one more block high. And now I'm out. Should mine some to get rid of these fucking blocks of dirt. I should plant those trees too, huh? Oh, it's gonna rain. Yeah, I didn't consider that. Like, I've noticed that, but I didn't think about it when I put the egg in the furnace. Eh. Good night. It's still going. Come on. Thank you. And my food is cooked. I need to go hunting too, actually. Oh, there's still somebody outside. Wow. Nothing's getting in there. Thank you. Oh, my pickaxe is of course about to die. I don't know why I keep, like, not waiting until it's broken to move on. Truly a curse. you're right. It's such a cute door, though. Secret door. Maybe I should make it a different color, though. Maybe the white would. Just to stand out a little bit. Oh my god, what if I made it orange? I might try that. We'll see. Did I do all of my copper? I don't remember. I didn't. I have so much fucking copper. Hello? That's nuts. Leave it, make stairs, and flip them upside down when placing above the door. Like a little roof? Oh no, that wouldn't be upside down. A little roof. I could make a little roof, but I'm gonna be 2 stories up. I guess I still could. I should make a little porch. That would be cute. Bring the stairs out. A little covered porch. That'd be really cute, actually. Trapdoors. Use them for what? Trapping? Oh, now I want the dirt. Oh my gosh, I could make a balcony on the 2nd story. That would be so cute too. Oh my god. It's dirt. Yeah. Oh my god, I could use a trapdoor to make a secret basement. Oops. Me when I'm munching. Or on the floor that flips up 1 block in size. Perfect for a secret basement, am I right? The dirt in my house is going to good fucking use, guys. Maybe it's even better that I'm making a basement because I needed to collect dirt anyways, and that made it like 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? Okay. So much work. Okay. Planted. Excellent. Some of this to stay on this side. Maybe to like there. Just connect to the grass. And kind of. Yeah, maybe. Need to get rid of all of this, or I need to make it less square. It looks weird. A big W for nature today, am I right, boys? I need more sticks. I have no wood. Okay. I'll make it tomorrow's problem. They grew so fast. Maybe they're too close together. These trees are fucking huge. I don't have anything to cut a tree down. Guess I'll die. Thank you. I must eat. Apologies. What are you eating? Goddamn. I got long arms. A decent amount for now. I should probably totally trash some of this, honestly. I'm down. I'm gonna need this fucking much. There's so much. Okay, we've got our stone. Same with the cobblestone. I really don't think I need any of it anymore. Bake. Keep that in my pockets. Two, and then let's go. Or not. Okay, that's fine. Only 2 sticks. Oh, I have food in my pockets. I do really need to go for gypsies. Probably move my stuff to the basement. At least for now. Kind of scared to move the chest, though. wanted to leave some blocks open for windows. It's fine. I can just break them again later, I guess. Oh no, I can use that, that's fine. Next jump up is going to be where the 4 is. When I get more of that wood. Hello? Is he in my house? No. Where is it? The fuck? Invisible zombie? Oh, another one grew, I think. Nice. But I do think I need to spread them out more. No fish? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is a different kind of fish. It's odd. Ooh, what's that? Damn it. We may never know. A lot of them out. I'm gonna be fed for days. Wait, that's glue. I probably can't use this one. Oh, maybe I can. Come on, buddy. You got this. Yes. I like... Hold on. There we go. Nice. Perfect. What is it? I thought it was gonna be lapis lazuli. Nice. Oh? Where's it going? Bro. Eh. There we go. Oh my fucking god. Oh, hello? That's not the way I needed to go. I could have brought the travel bed, but I thought I was gonna hit the village. We'll be safe up here, right? Where's my house? Is it that way? There's the village, so my house must be that way. Shit! Please be right. Shit. The birch trees here, damn. It's easier than going to the village, though, I guess. I don't have to climb off the mountain. But that's nice. Nope. It hit the mountains. Okay, I think we're on to something. I think I'm almost there. I could be wrong, but oh, fuck. Did I just go in a fucking circle? Really do just need to make a fucking boat, huh? Get out of my face! Help. No, cool. Mm, might have to eat some raw meat. Oh, I don't think it's gonna make me full. Oh. Thought it'd be easy. I was like, wow, I don't have to get off the mountain. That's great. And now I'm fucking lost? Oh my god. Why are you so fast? Okay, we back. We out here. Oh, all three of them are grown now. Why aren't they leaving petals on the ground? That's gonna make me really sad if they don't. Wonder if I can. I can. It's not the same. They're not loose. We'll see how they grow, I guess. Maybe they'll grow right. Can I help you? Visitors at this hour? Okay. Not all of them, no. Get back. Damn, that goes fast. Oops. I don't know where I'm gonna put the stairs. Oops. The inside stairs should probably be made out of this too. Hell. okay. For now, I think that's where I'm leaving it. For everybody who stopped by to hang out. As always, thank you so much. It's great to have you. I hope you all have a great night. Good build, good build. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Hope you guys all have a great night, and I hope to see you next time.